shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Y'all see it. Y'all see it. Come back here, Melina. I
Have you reconsidered my offer?
have. You know, the reality is I just wasn't ready to accept your offer because I wasn't streaming yet. But now that I'm streaming and I can get it on camera, now I can accept your offer.
Then it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength. Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring.
You just need to ping your creeping while I'm streaming?
Did it get well?
Use it to traverse great distances. It will summon a spectral steed.
Well. If
named
it is a
Torrent.
Kitsunator Savior.
Torrent
If it
has
isn't,
chosen you.
my good friend.
Treat him with respect. Shall I turn your runes to strength?
Okay, so for
Let
context,
my
this is
hand
called
rest upon
Elden
you.
Fins, which is essentially an
For but
Elden
a
Ring
moment,
mod that rehauls
share them with me.
a good bit of
Your
the game.
thoughts,
I'm
your
also using a few other
ambitions,
mods that seem to
the
work well,
principles you would
but
follow.
let's just get right into it. Obviously, I have a shit ton of runes, so I'm gonna level my character up. This is basically for me like New Game Plus. I just wanted to see what would happen if I was, playing this game with uh, with a lot more experience and leveling up my character uh, to be a little bit OP, especially in the beginning. So I don't have to do a lot of the struggling when it comes to hit trading. Because this game has parries. So if I'm gonna be trying to parry enemy attacks, I'm gonna need to be a little bit beefier. Otherwise, I'm gonna just be dying a billion and one times, and nobody wants to see that. Like that shit looks cool when you're already a big streamer, right? You got a lot of people watching your gameplay, but you know, progress is a little bit better when it comes to being a smaller streamer, I think. Because I'm not gonna be screaming when I die, so I kind of feel like it's not going to be as entertaining to watch me die over and over again just for me to silently fume, especially considering I'm not showing my face, right? My baby case is in here, and you know what I'm saying? I just personally feel like I don't feel like going through the trouble of cleaning my bed and having, you know what I'm saying, her get dressed just to be on the shits. Nah, we finna relax and eat snacks. So we leveled up. Um,
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand share
all right,
them
so
with
this
me.
is what I want to do
Your
because I
thoughts,
need
your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
I think higher intelligence, higher faith, and higher arcane specifically for my magic build. Like the part of my shit sets for magic specific. Um, let's see, let's go down here. Because I have a few spells I want to try. Comet Azure. Mm, okay, so I tried those out. Let's see what the rest of these are looking like. So Elden Stars is one of my favorite. The Star Scourge is one of my favorite because of how it looks specifically. What else? I'm gonna try Bale's Tyranny and Bale's Flamelight. Basically, I'm just gonna be running through these to see which ones I want to keep um, specifically for this playthrough. Because I prefer to just have uh, a specific set of spells and shit I'm using rather than having to go through the process of, you know what I'm saying?
No man, you're not even gonna get the chance.
You see what I'm saying?
You see what I'm saying?
First of all, let me just give y'all a preview if 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 I can get these combos right. But basically, with Elden Vins, one of the main things they did was they set up combos for every single different weapon you could possibly have in the game. The combos also change based on whether you're two-handing the weapon or one-handing the weapon. And I'll give y'all an example. So when I switch to, oh, you got the little disappearing armor tree. When I switch to one hand, right? This is what the combo looks like, right? Nothing too crazy. But when I two-hand it, you see what I'm saying? And this is what happens when you finish the combo, right? So you'll notice on my right hand, there's this, black electricity. And it's like those sparks let you know that it's basically the end of the combo. And if you mix in a heavy attack, you'll actually do a combo finisher. That's what I call them, combo finishers. So see that little flash of lightning on the right, in my right hand? When a combo ends, right? Basically what I did was I tapped heavy once and then I held it the second time. Now when you normally tap heavy, that's what you get. If you tap it twice, that's what you get. If you hold it, right, and that tracks, so whatever enemies you have around you, it'll actually spawn those spears up out the ground. But what happens is, if you hold it on the first or the second one, you'll get completely different results. So I can hold it on the first one and then tap it the second time, or I can tap it on the first one and then hold it the second time, right? So this is how you get your combos off. And if you're not specifically locked on an enemy, you can actually tilt the camera up and down to control the trajectory of your ranged attacks. So like I said, you can also hold it 2 times in a row to get the strongest version of both attacks. But when you're doing the combo finisher, it basically adds a little spin on it. You see what I'm saying? So then you have the magic finisher, right? Which is L2, like whatever magic ability it has. Right? And that stupid shit that Margit the Fell, aka Morgoth the Omen King, the shit that he be doing, throwing the shits, yeah. But if you mix a light attack in or a heavy attack in after that, this is what you get. Light attack, you just throw a big ass magical spear. Like that's just, it's all up in somebody's face. If you mix a heavy attack in, right? Let me do it again without moving the camera. And then straight from the front so y'all can see it. You know? And again, they changed it up for every single weapon in the game. So when I switched, and this is a common glitch, by the way, when you switch your weapons, sometimes the armor you're wearing might disappear in different places. I mean, they working on it. In the grand scheme of things, you can fix it by double jumping. So, I mean, I never really complained much. But same thing with the Moonveil Blade. And if anybody knows, the Moonveil Blade is extremely OP in the original version of Elden Rings because of this. Right? So, and that's its magic ability. Normally, if you tap the heavy, you get that. If you tap it twice, that's what you get. But if you hold it the first time, right, you get a couple extra shits. If you hold it both times, right? Now, if you combo it, again, the heavy doesn't change if you combo it with one hand. But if you switch to 2 hands and combo it, you get a completely different set of combos. Observe. Right? So you can switch it up a little bit. And you see how Shorty just poses? You know what I'm saying? And that's what we like to see. Now, I do have a few other weapons in my inventory, right? So let's fuck with Relana's twin blades for a second. Now, With the magic ability, if you hit L2 and then hit light, right, you'll get the ranged slash. Okay. If you just tap it, right, the blade will start glowing in that ethereal energy. Now, if you mix a heavy attack in with the left, right, you'll get that. So with the left, with L2, the magic attack, if you mix heavy in right after that, then that's what you'll get. The combo was pretty straightforward, right? But if you switch to two hands, then you have both the swords at the same time. Hmm. Hmm. Let me see if I can. Okay. Now, if I'm remembering this correctly, with the two hands, it does change the Okay, so it's a couple things you can mix in. But yeah, the bottom line is, as you go through the game picking up different weapons and shit, you'll notice that two-handing it or one-handing it drastically changes the type of results you get. But yeah, let me test out more of these magic attacks before I skedaddle, so y'all can actually see what I'm talking about when I say this shit just hits different. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I turned into a fucking meteor. That's what I did. Between me and Radon, my meteor is meteor. Using me, y'all see? I'll stop. All right, let's test this other one out. I don't know what this does, right? The Bayo shit. I haven't tried it out yet. We're gonna try it out now. Okay, so this is basically an AoE. What about this? Okay, that's not bad. Okay. What you wanna do, my boy? Hmm? Yeah, I can parry wolves too, bitch. Did you think you were safe? Hmm? Shadow round. I am essentially Sephiroth with this fucking sword in my hand. And it's absolutely atrocious how much damage I can do in such a short amount of time, even when I was level one. Because the Moonveil blade, because I okay, so let me make something else very obvious. There's another mod that I'm using called Damn, I forgot what it's called. Glorious Merchant. There we go. So there's a mod called
This
Glorious
way,
Merchant.
tarnished. May I have a word?
You may have a word, Ronnie. Ronnie the Witch.
A pleasure to meet thee, tarnished.
Is it pronounced
I
Ronnie?
am the
Like R?
witch
Because
Renna.
her name
I'd heard
is
tell of
spelled
the tarnished
Ranni.
hurtling
Is
about
it
atop a
Ronnie or
spectral
is it
steed,
Ranny?
and upon
Or is it
looking
like,
into
you
the
feel what I'm
matter,
saying?
the talk I
Rainy.
surmise is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power,
I always
lo,
thought it was between
to
like
call forth a spectral steed
the
named
long and the short
Torrent.
because they have accents, so it's hard to tell how I should be pronouncing this shit with an American accent. You know what I mean? Like it's a little confusing to me. I can call forth a spectral steed. Yeah, your half sister just hooked me up. You know what I'm saying? And I will be talking about Elden Ring lore, like the geekiest of dorks you have ever seen in your entire shits. Ah, no. Mm. Somebody somebody been, you know, hydrating. Hmm? You've been hydrating real well. Yeah, ain't nothing left in this damn canteen. Don't be trying to be quiet, but can't well. Let them know how you over here stealing all the agua. Hmm? Could have just let me be parched out here, baby. Can't well.
No.
Yeah. Feel like going down and filling up a couple more bottles of shits. Please and thank you. That way I ain't gotta, you know what I'm saying, be AFK. I appreciate you for helping me hydrate in these streaming streets. Yeah, I dropped my controller. That's what the weird camera angle was for. I promise. All right, I can call the spectral steed.
As I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee by Torrent's former master.
Spirit calling bell. Lone wolf ashes.
'Tis a bell
Okay.
for calling forth spirits. Summon them with it. From ash and return to the Erdtree, the spirits will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past. Now it is thine, to do with as thou wishest.
I already used the other one. Okay. I'll talk to
Forgive
you.
mine intrusion, tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet. But all the same, learn well the lands between. How long will it be, I wonder, before the tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
Are you just going to disappear? Float away in the wind? Okay. So, for context, the other, like I said earlier, I'm using Glorious Merchant, and it's a mod. Oh yeah. So, right, for everybody who's new to the chat, I have a bunch of, little shits going on, both in here and in the Discord, mainly in the Discord. But if you want to play Pokemon in chat, the bot will randomly throw out random Pokemon. It'll just at different times it'll throw out random Pokemons. Or I keep getting caught between saying Pokemons and Pokemans because I like to say Pokemans just as a funny little shit because I got ADHD. But basically, exclamation point, Poke start, and boom, you start the shit. If you're on PC and you have a PC with like somewhat recent, what is it called? A somewhat recent update on it, you should be able to scroll down a little bit under the Twitch window and actually see your personal Pokédex. You'll be able to click through it, What it do, Jakizzle Lizzle with the sizzle? It's Jakizzle Lizzle Fizzle now. I keep forgetting to add the fizzle. Jakizzle Lizzle Fizzle, aka Mochi. See? And then you catch the Pokemans, you actually get currency for it. And like I said before, if you can see that extra window at the bottom of the little Twitch screen where I'm actually streaming from, if your shit is updated enough, you'll be able to click through it, buy new Pokeballs, buy Master Balls, all types of shit, and you'll be able to see your entire collection of Pokemans. Then inside of the Discord, I actually have a Pokemon game that's different. It allows you to play Pokemon. It's like Pokemon Red, pretty much. But instead of having to type all of your commands, you type the very first command to bring the window up, and it's basically like a touchscreen game, right? So instead of you having to type out all of your commands, you instead push the buttons as they pop up, and it'll allow you to, search certain areas. You feel what I'm saying? Search certain areas of the map, like if you want to go to Kanto region, shit like that. Um, there's also a few other games that specifically are centered around what is it? Anime waifus and video game waifus, as well as anime and video game husbands. So if you have a favorite guy, a favorite girl, or a favorite non-binary character, whatever, however the fuck they're written and identify in, whatever how they're written and what they identify as in story, you can actually type, if I'm not mistaken, it's exclamation point W for wife or H for husband. And then if they're in an anime, you type A. But if they're in the game, you type G. So if you're looking for like the waifus and their video game waifus, you type exclamation point WG, and then it'll play Russian roulette and you'll get a random one. If it's from an anime that nobody knows, we'll basically go look that shit up on stream, right? So if you do this shit while I'm on stream, I'll see it, I'll look at the shit, and we'll basically look it up, talk about it a little bit, and it gives us extra things to talk about. Also have bots that kind of drop their own shit in the chat periodically. So I recently started a company called Botanical Blacktivity. So our entire mission is to essentially teach as many people as possible about growing and eating and essentially self-sufficiency, but as it pertains to agriculture, right? So basically I was on social media looking at a bunch of Black Forager videos. My fiance really, really likes that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I really like that shit. So we just be going back and forth gushing about different agricultural content creators, with Black Forager being our number one content creator that we gush about. So I'm like, all right, you know what? I really like this shit. Let me put my mind to use, and my autism, to use, and let me create something. So I start researching agriculture, digging a little bit deeper into agricultural racism, which I didn't even know was a thing, right? Because you know how racism can impact people's decision making, and a lot of people who are in positions of power are coincidentally white or not so coincidentally white, depending on the circumstances by which they were gifted that job, right? Or if they earned that job. You never know. Sometimes Black people just get put at the end of the applications, like, all right, well, if we have to hire a Black person, I guess, right? Because racism a lot of times is just on a personal level. So with me understanding that, I'm like, all right, cool, I'm open-minded about this. So I started doing my digging, and agricultural racism turns out to be a practice in which, right, they use redlining to determine where they want predominantly Black neighborhoods to be, right? They did this mainly during like the Vietnam War, when a lot of Black veterans was coming back home to whites only shit. So what they did was they moved Black people to like specific areas using redlining to draw up the maps. And because it was a predominantly Black neighborhood, they could easily make sure that the healthiest foods you can grow and eat were not grown, sold, or depicted in academic textbooks in those areas. So when we talk about the negative impact that public school curriculum has on the youth, this is basically what a lot of people be talking about. This is something that people like Michael Freets might cover. You feel me? Some of the teachers that are on social media who talk a lot about how knowledge is power, you feel what I'm saying? Or just anybody who really, really likes Schoolhouse Rock back in the day. This is stuff that we think about on a consistent basis, because we follow a lot of teachers on social media, a lot of mental health care professionals, licensed professionals who know their stuff. You feel what I'm saying? So when they say, oh, kids who are in the 8th grade they're struggling with reading and comprehension that's at or below the 4th grade level. They're like, 4+ grades behind. Over 54% of the adult population in the United States has reading and comprehension at or below the 6th grade level. with about 44% of the adult population in the US having reading and comprehension at or below the eighth grade level, which essentially means the largest demographic in the US, like the largest demographic of adults in the United States, and the second largest demographic of adults in the United States are reading and comprehending everything. Stop. Think about that. They read and they comprehend, right? Everything they taste, everything they smell, everything they hear, everything they see, everything they touch. It is comprehended at or below the sixth grade level, then at or below the eighth grade level. So, with that being said, it's safe to say that the vast majority of the adult population in the United States has been effectively conditioned to believe that all there is, red tomatoes, green tomatoes, maybe even, the yellow unripe tomatoes, shit like that, depending on what area you're from. But it started with black folk, and it started with redlining, and it started with these, predominantly black neighborhoods. So doing my research into American history, into world history, and understanding how this stuff affects people over the years, you realize that after the Million Man March, the nation, the I would say the powers that be, right? People in Congress, people who control the centralized banking system, right? They realized, oh shit, people actually can rise up, so we need to make sure we can effectively deprive millions and millions of people of all different ethnicities of academic experience as well as proper nutrition. So what you get is a series of decisions made by various politicians and bank CEOs and all of that, where they purposefully made sure they could deprive us of that academic experience and nutrition by, like I said, making sure the healthiest foods we can grow and eat are not grown, sold, or depicted in educational textbooks. So what ends up happening is, I would say Ruby Bridges helped to desegregate an all-white school on November 14th, 1960. And like by November 14th of this year, it would have been 66 years. So when you think about that, it's essentially been 66 years, give or take a few years, of politicians and people, the powers that be, making decisions to make sure that this academic shits. She wouldn't let me back in just a bit. Oh, it's all good. So essentially, I was going over Black Forager, how I came across her content, how me and my fiance gush about her content a lot, how I came upon the concept of agricultural racism, because it starts with you understanding, okay, individual acts of racism can definitely impact large populations or small populations on a one-on-one level, right? Like from family to family, depending on the position of power that, potentially racist person is in. So when you look at how politicians played things after the Million Man March, it was white people, Asian people, black people, all different types of people from all walks of life coming together to basically say, yeah, nah, we're not going for this shit. So with that being said, they realized, okay, well, we have to make sure we keep all of these different people, right, of all of these different ethnicities from coming together and rising up. So, right, like a small feedback pops out. It's probably, hold on, I might have to turn my shit. Oh, there it is. I gotta turn my microphone down just a little bit. There we go. It's a little bit different. Like the shit hits a little bit different when you can control the sound of the microphone in the mixer. Okay, there we go. But basically, yeah. So understanding all of that about agricultural racism and how it may impact people on a personal level, yeah, I fucked them shits up. The little cinnamon shits, you can have the rest of them. But essentially, um, because it's been about 60 years of them making decisions to make sure we couldn't rise up, the two main things is nutrition and education. So they gutted the education system over the several years to make sure not only were public schools not given what they needed to actually survive, right? Public schools were also, well, people who were not going to public schools, or even people who went to public schools, right? Their parents would slowly but surely look down upon public schools. Because over the years, if you gut the education system in a very specific way to make sure you prioritize predominantly like white neighborhoods or schools that have predominantly white kid populations, right? Then what you'll do is you'll give people the illusion that the reason why public schools are so fucked up is because of black children, not realizing that these after school programs are non-existent. So if you grew up in a rural area where you had shop, where you had home ec, so on and so forth, if you had finance, like all of these different things in high school, then you'll essentially look at the public school system and say, oh, well, my school system had this, that, and the third. Why does this school look so broke down? And then you see some of the ADHD related behaviors coming from black kids, and because of how a lot of people are conditioned, the academic system, it it's basically the state of that particular academic institution will essentially get blamed on kids, even if it's kids in elementary school, because people who they know how irritated they may be when it comes to their own children. You know what I'm saying? They like, oh, my kids get on my nerves, so I can only imagine being around these kids. And if you don't have any real experience with understanding the correlation between um, how black people can use aggression in a facetious manner, right? And it's not meant to be taken seriously. That's how a lot of kids express themselves, by using rap music, specifically trap music, which we sometimes refer to as murder music. So a lot of times, people on the outside looking in will hear kids rapping about certain shit, not realizing these kids don't even take themselves seriously. They know that they are not killers. They know they are not drug dealers. This is just their way of basically venting a lot of their frustrations, right? So they feign a certain level of adult awareness to basically fit in with more adult minded people who have already experienced a certain amount of suffering, because that's what poverty does to people. So from the outside looking in, when you look at the academic system, not only were they able to effectively gut the shit out of it, but they were able to blame black children for the state of various academic institutions when it came to public school. Then on the flip side, right, because the healthiest foods we can grow and eat are not grown, sold, or depicted in academic textbooks in predominantly black areas, what you get after the Vietnam War is a lot of people, regardless of ethnicity, living in predominantly black neighborhoods because of things like the Million Man March. So when everybody got their shit together and they like, nah, 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 this racism shit, we're not going for it. It don't matter who you are. It don't matter what your skin color is. We here, we coming together. Boom. 60 plus years later, what you get is years and years and years, basically an entire generation and a half, 2 generations, who have never seen a purple tomato before. Cherokee purple, black creme. You feel what I'm saying? They don't know about blue corn having protein and shit like that in it, whereas yellow corn has little to no nutritional value. They don't know about red amaranth. They don't know about microgreens having crazy nutritional value. Lentils. You feel what I'm saying? There are kids that have never seen a dragon fruit before. There are kids that have never seen a pomegranate in real life before. Imagine going your whole life drinking pomegranate juice and never seeing what an actual pomegranate looks like. So when you go on social media and you see these influencers making fun of, different girls of different ages, different dudes of different ages who are, in college and, maybe they partying, they drunk, and then they ask them, okay, what are the three branches of government? Well, okay, what fruit is this? And they can't answer the question. This is why. Because various politicians, right, were lobbied and bribed by people who basically run the centralized banking system to make sure people couldn't rise up. So these decisions were made to ensure foraging was basically illegal unless you did it a specific way. Catching rainwater is basically illegal. You feel what I'm saying? Living off the grid is illegal. There are all of these things, all of these rules, all of these, litigations that have, whether in the past or currently going on, that are a prime example of the powers that be going out of their way to make sure people cannot get proper nutrition and proper education. So essentially, with me absorbing all of that information to the best of my ability, I decided, all right, well, if we have access to any amount of fundage, right, let's buy a bunch of heirloom seeds and give them away to people who can't afford them. We may not be able to provide them with a, you feel me, a whole, what is it, a whole terrarium, worth of shit, right? Those gigantic land conservation shits where it's like a big ass greenhouse and you can walk inside of it and there's just this vast area with a bunch of plants and stuff, right? I'm thinking, all right, we may not be able to give out enough heirloom seeds specifically to fill all of that up, but we'll most likely be able to give people what they need to start gardens in their backyard or on a windowsill or community gardens just in the area. So when I looked up what an heirloom seed was and looked up, all right, well, what's the other option? Commercial seeds. Commercial seeds are basically the Roma tomatoes, the beefsteak tomatoes. You feel what I'm saying? Like the stuff that's mass produced to a certain capacity. That's where you get the shit that you see in your local grocery stores, in the produce section. Even at certain, farmers market chains like Whole Foods. A lot of that stuff isn't heirloom seeds. It's not grown from heirloom seeds. It's grown from commercial seeds. It's still commercial, just not as commercial as the most commercial stuff. But when you get to heirloom seeds, then you start getting into these exotic fruits and vegetables. And then I found out vegetables aren't even real. There's no nutritional, you feel what I'm saying? Like the parameters for what we consider to be a vegetable by definition is inconsistent. Fruits actually exist, right? But vegetables are just like random leafy parts of the plant. And vegetables are another thing that's essentially introduced to the public to promote a lack of education. Because if you introduce a concept that has no basis in true reality and it's inconsistent, you can then introduce essentially a large pocket of confusion that will grow and grow and grow. And that's where you get fat phobia, right? That's why fat phobia is so common nowadays because people think vegetables are real. And if you combine that little thing with the concept of people not knowing about heirloom seeds and what heirloom seeds can grow because of a lack of education, because of uh, a lack of exposure, so on and so forth. Fat phobia, you feel what I'm saying? Looking down on people because of their finances, not realizing how expensive it is for them to try to stay healthy, right? I just went to another state. I went on vacation. Did y'all know in Virginia, a carton of eggs, a whole dozen of eggs, is like 97 cents? I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. If I ordered a carton of eggs right now, I'm probably spending $5 or $6. No cap. But I went to a grocery store in Virginia and look, that can't be right. Nah, a whole dozen eggs for 97 fucking cents. And then it clicked even more. Oh shit. When was the last time I asked one of my friends in another state how much a carton of eggs cost? We don't. We most of the time we just ask what the grocery bill is and we might help that person out with their grocery bill. But it's rare for a person to ask another person from another state, hey, specifically, how much does pancake mix cost? Right? Like if you got the off-brand pancake mix, what would that cost you? If you got the name brand pancake mix, what would that cost you? What actual variety do you have at your local grocery store when it comes to things you can grow and eat? We rarely, if ever, ask each other these types of questions. So upon that realization, I looked back at the business model and I'm like, okay, so I'm actually doing something that's significantly more impactful than I thought. And then the donations started coming in. I had a young black lady send me $100. Never in my fucking life have I had somebody donate that much money to a cause in one fucking go. But then I started sending people their seeds, right? And I started posting on threads. And then I I basically took my black ass to sleep after posting a bunch of stuff, commenting on people's stuff, retweeting people's stuff, and just trying to show love and tell people what I had going on. I wake up the next day, the shit has gone viral. Not only have I gone viral, but I look at the email I created for Botanical Blacktivity, and that shit is filled up. 20 something orders. So I start going through the orders, and I'm running out of heirloom seeds, and I'm like, oh, this is why it's so hard for people to get their hands on stuff. Because first of all, how many people know about seed banks? I didn't know about seed banks until like a year and a half ago. Like truly knowing and fully comprehending what a seed bank was and being emotionally invested in the existence of seed banks. And then I also realized, because like psychology is my thing. That's my shit. Going to therapy really helped me out when I was a kid, kept me from, self-harm, all types of stuff. And understanding that other people have gaps in knowledge similar to my gaps in knowledge, but their gaps in knowledge prevent them from being able to adapt and absorb new information as easily as I do. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I'm just now figuring out what a seed bank is, and I'm heavily emotionally invested in the existence of a seed bank because I understand what that can do for different communities. I understand what that can do for the food insecurity problem in America, right? Even homelessness. Imagine how many people wouldn't be homeless if they didn't have to pay hundreds of dollars to feed them and their kids. Because sometimes it really is that serious in certain areas, especially in on reservations. Like, I actually talked to somebody a few years ago who told me, like, whatever you pay for something in like a Walmart, it's twice as expensive on a reservation, oftentimes. And that's like an invisible part. It's practically invisible. Like that side of capitalism, how predatory it is like very invisible to most people. So like down the line, I'm thinking, all right, well, it's gonna be a few people, a couple of people who, got community gardens, little cute stuff, but I'm still doing work. It's not about the recognition. It's not about how famous I am. It's not about how famous the people are who are contacting me. It's about actually creating an impact. Then I had some lady who runs Airy Renee Farms, Erica Renee, right? Airy Renee Farms in Texas. She's working with Blackshear Elementary School, right? She hits me up because she's doing an agricultural program to help the kids learn how to grow and eat and learn about, learn about greenery, all types of foliage. You feel what I'm saying? Like all the stuff you can grow and eat. And I'm like, wow, I'm being contacted by somebody who's literally working in the education system. They're working with kids. They're working with the future generation who's quite literally capable of changing all of this down the line. Then I got hit up by a queer, what is it? A black and indigenous, people of color, uh, queer centered grassroots community. And with having a little sister that's transgender and really giving speeches at her college, you feel what I'm saying? Pioneering certain areas of education. Like, it was very interesting and very impactful, more impactful than I originally thought, to recognize how connected you can be to communities when you're just helping people. And then it clicked in my head, oh shit, that's just it. People aren't helping people. Like, that's why everything's so fucked up. It's because nobody helps much of anybody else. Like, people are doing, and I've said this a lot in life, I notice that people do the least amount of good to be considered a decent person. But then when you push that person too far and question them, then they flat out tell you, well, I don't really give a fuck anyway. And then the mask comes off and you realize you're dealing with a person who really don't even care that much. Like, the moment you ask them to prove that they are as truly altruistic as they say, by just helping someone, right? Like, they don't have to do this deep upheaval of self. They don't have to go through this, traumatizing ego death. You just give up a couple dollars, right? Like, imagine how quickly your life would change if 1,000 individual people cashed at you $1 right now. Like, literally, if 1,000 people cashed at you a single fucking dollar, how different would your life and your finances be? For some people, that's literally all they need to be good for the rest of the year because one bad thing happened and they've been running from that shit for like 3 months trying to catch up. Trying to catch up with their bills and the needs of their children before that shit bites them in the ass. Because it was an honest accident, maybe on their part or somebody else's part, right? Like maybe they got into a car accident and somebody else was at fault, but their insurance premium still went up. Because insurance companies are predatory. And when you look at how capitalism functions as a predatory entity that's like, that has a bajillion different faces and voices, it's like, damn, it's on every single level. Then when you take into consideration that we're like 2 generations in at this point of malnutrition because people are stuffing their faces. Like, it don't matter how much vegetables you eat, right? And again, vegetables ain't even real because we don't have a legitimate and consistent classification for that shit. But if all of this greenery, right, is essentially providing noticeably less nutrition than a lot of other grown alternatives, right? For example, just to simplify, if black crim tomatoes and Cherokee purple tomatoes provide better nutrition than red tomatoes, right? But we have 2 generations who predominantly have not even seen purple tomatoes before or blue corn, then essentially what you're left with is 2 generations that don't know they are malnourished and don't know they will continue to be malnourished regardless of how much food they eat. And when you think about all the health problems that have been arising recently, and I don't mean autism and ADHD because that shit has always been here. It's just that, typically they abuse you until you learn to pretend you don't have it. I'm not talking about that type of stuff. I'm not talking about, oh, women shouldn't have periods and, not the whole teppery, right? I mean like cancers. I mean, how Crohn's disease, like autoimmune diseases and autoinflammatory diseases affect the body. Where it's like your body is breaking down right in front of you and it's almost like your body is missing something. Like everybody's immune system seems to be glitching the fuck out. All of these pandemics popping up left and right because people want to be professional incubators and don't know how to stay 6 feet. You feel what I'm saying? During crises, where long form COVID basically gives you permanent brain fog on steroids. What would life be like for a lot of us if we were getting proper nutrition consistently? And that is a question I seek to answer by making progress with Botanical Blacktivity. And I'm saying we've got a few, like 100 or something, 200 or something dollars in donations. It's lit. I'm very happy about that. There we go. Get rid of the bots. But yeah, that's what I've been doing recently. And it's been going fairly well. Park Heights Community Garden hit me back not too long ago, so I'm going to be sliding over there, I think Saturday. It's finna be a good time. Yeah, I'm using my verified Cash App right now. The same Wolf Boy Kami Cash App. So if you go on my Instagram page, at Botanical Blacktivity, I actually have a link to the Google Doc that's essentially the inventory. And I set up the Google Doc to have links to different websites associated with the heirloom seeds. And if you scroll down a little bit from the top, there will be something that says click here to donate. So if you go to my Cash App or anything like that and um, copy my little Cash App link, or you copy the link from the Google Doc, right? By like right clicking, and I think there's an option to not copy the text itself, but to copy the link that's attached to the text. If that is a possibility, then essentially that's how you would do that. Or you can just send people the Google Doc link and let them know, like, hey, you know, this is what's going on. If you want me to send the flyer as well, then feel free, because we're having flyers made, but I have the digital version already ready, and I can email that out. I'm also going to be making merchandise soon. I don't know how I'm going to, like, what I really want to do is I want to get a loan and then purchase some of my product to give away for free. But I have to wait until some part of the business is like bringing in money consistently. Like if we get a grant or something like that, but that will require a certain amount of research. Okay, bet. So essentially, that's exactly what I'm here for. If you have a community garden downtown, then Botanical Activity is, you know, the place to talk to. Because we can essentially, so for context, I have over 26,000 heirloom seeds and over 200 varieties. So like, and not to mention, I actually just got a shipment of seeds because my fiance keeps spending money on making sure I have as many seeds as possible. I was like, oh, I'm out of these seeds. And she just bought me 2, 3 packs of all of the shits I was out of or running out of. So we're well stocked. I will say the one problem I come across fairly consistently is that certain plants don't yield as much as others. And then on top of that, there's certain stuff that just isn't grown as often and in as high concentration as other shit. So there are certain seeds I get and it's like 40 seeds. But the seeds are super fucking tiny, so it's not like I can reach in the little baggies and pull out individual seeds. So when it comes to stuff like stevia, for example, stevia is like you might get 6 to 8 seeds in a bag. Right? And it can be very disheartening. However, I will say, nowhere near enough to make me quit or to doubt the validity of my mission. I see you over there smiling at me, baby Ken Williams. Offering me positive reinforcement. How dare you? Now let me hit this canteen. Okay. So, in terms of equipment, I'm rocking Malekith's armor. um, Radon's armor gives, I think, more. Yeah. Because it gives more shits. However, I'm not going to switch to that until I start having problems with my boots. And I guess I can use this for now. Boosts holy damage negation. So I am going to go back over here. Um, there's a guide I'm looking at that basically shows me which places I should be visiting in which order, and I'm trying to stick to that um, to basically get as much as I can. Weeping Peninsula. Where's the Weeping Peninsula? I wish these maps were better shits. East Limgrave and Mistwood. If I'm not mistaken, Mistwood is through here. Never trade with me, you fool. I will always win. Alright. Let me actually change my spell shits real quick. Because I do like that spell a lot, but there are a few more practical ones. And I need to practice these other ones to see if they're useful or not. So let's just do them in order. I got some empty space over here, a nice slope. Let's see what we are working. Fleeting microcosm. Okay. Like a finisher. Like that's the last shit you do on a motherfucker. Like when you know they ain't got no more shits. I like that. Okay. I'm gonna show y'all Founding Rain of Stars. This is one of my favorite spells, especially in the Elden Bins shit. You see it. But yeah, and that actually does break poise on a lot more enemies than I thought it would. Not to mention, if you're in a boss fight and you use a support summon from one of the symbols that's outside the boss room, that shit is sweet. You feel me? Damage, 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 chip damage, and that should be adding up, cause bosses be having big ass hitboxes. So for people like what is it? When I was doing the Margit, the Fell Omen fight, like when he ambushes you outside the Erd Tree, that shit, I summoned Melina and I went to town with that spell. I did mink, kept spamming that shit, mink, spamming that shit, and then finally, I think during one of my playthroughs, she died, but it was during his second phase and he didn't have that much health left. So I just started parrying his shit back to back and hitting him with light melee attacks in between the parries. Y'all gonna see what I mean later when you see me fighting. Um, cause I ain't got shit to do today. I'm gonna be on Twitch more often while I'm looking for like career choices and specific shits. Cause I really really want to work in agriculture. Like work from home jobs is cool, but it would be crazy if I could dig in a dirt professionally. You know what I'm saying? Like just out there with the boots and the overalls. You know what I'm saying? I always wanted some jean overalls. You feel what I'm saying? I look good in a white t-shirt. Let me see. Level up, sword chat. Human rights spell. That's what I was doing. Farmer type build. You feel what I'm saying? Everybody has a farmer type build. Everybody. Every single person. All of y'all. I don't care who you is. You feel what I'm saying? You could be in a wheelchair. Hmm? We just finna make the form wheelchair accessible farms. Hmm? I'm saying it right now. Wheelchair accessible farm. Hold me to that. Every now and again, remind me that I talked about wheelchair accessible farms. Hmm? Let that just be an idea that's just out there in the cosmos. Impenetrable thorns. All right, let's see what's up with these impenetrable thorns. Bitch, let me see that again. Damn. One more time. I like that. I like that shit a lot. It takes health and it causes bleeding to me? I don't like those odds. But I'm not gonna lie. Blades of Stone, I might have to spin a block on that one. That was crazy. Oh yeah, the minor urgery is another one that I really like. First of all, let me just delete all of the ones I know I like and come back to them later. Land of Shadow, Light of Mikola. I know about these Dragon Bolt of Florsax. It's a buff spell, but I'll see about it. Fire Serpent. I already saw Mesmer's Orb. It wasn't that hot. It was cool though. Land of Shadow. Let's see. Okay, so you get an AOE. All right, Light of Nicholas. Are you out of your fucking mind right now? Do you understand what I could do with that shit? Let me eat some gummy bears. I need to calm down and relax and calm down. I shall. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so that spell was OP. What about? Mm-hmm. Well, so damage. All right. Maybe I need the enemy for it to work. Short range. You see the timing? Do you see it? Tell me you see it. Alright, so I'm definitely keeping that Nicholas spell. Because god damn. Alright, let me Blood Flame Talon. Rotten Butterflies. Midra's Flame of Frenzy. Hmm. Ghost Flame Breath. Alright, let's do Ghost Flame Breath first, because I think... Yeah, that's just the regular shit. Alright, Blood Flame Talon. Okay, so you can single it or you can combo it. I see. Alright. I do like that. That is stylish, but ultimately dangerous to use. Because of the wind up. What's this?
Damn! Wait, wait, wait. Are you out of your fucking minds? Elden Ben! They're out of their fucking shit.
Okay. Nah, there's no fucking reason why you would give me that much power. There's no reason for you to be doing that. Alright, so if I'm being honest, out of all of the spells, I definitely think Minor Erdtree would be good as fuck because at the very least, if I'm in an area where I'm gonna be fighting a bunch of assholes, I need something that's giving me continuous heals. I'm not against having a buff spell. Let me see, attributes. Red lightning. I don't know if I care enough about that. I will say Light of Mikola is really fucking useful because you can cast it from a far distance. Do Nidra's Flame of Frenzy. Blades of Stone is not bad. Oh, yeah, that's right. I gotta try these two out. I completely forgot. All right, let's see, because we might be surprised. We might be surprised. All right, just to show y'all what Minor Erdtree looks like. Yeah, you cast a Minor Erdtree, and it sticks around for a while and heals you and all of your allies. Really nice. All right, let's see, Spira. They didn't finish the shits on that one. That's huge. Divine Birth Feather. Okay. Oh, wait. I went past it. Alright, I think I get it. For the last two, I'm gonna use... Mm, I mean, this can be comboed. The Nicholas spell... I'm tempted to do Comet Azure, because I know Comet Azure does hella damage. And it's basically a Kamehameha wave. Gravitational missile, that one takes too much wind up. The hardest part. Nah, I gotta use Founding Rain of Stars, because it's one of the most useful spells in the game. So these are finna be my four. Mhm. Oh, Ashes of War. Mm. Actually, you know what? I'm curious. What happens if I dual hand my shits? Okay, what the fuck does that do? Now I gotta fuck motherfuckers up again. Hey. Oh, you steal magic. I like that. I'm sorry. I apologize for that outburst. That was very inappropriate. Super uncalled for. Where you looking? Hmm? I like that. Delicious. I have a rune on me that helps restore my health as long as I'm. Oh wait, there we go. All right. I wonder what the super move is. Stay tuned for the super move, everybody.
Oh my god! Are you out of your fucking mind? What the?
This is crazy work. Alright, okay. So I definitely can. Oh, give me your shit. Actually, you know what? I think these might be really useful against these bitches. Okay. Sometimes I forget that, the moon glow. What the fuck is this shit called again? Moon veil. I keep forgetting moon veil is significantly faster. Alright, let's go fight Market. Or Morgot, as he calls himself, to try to disguise some shit that I already know of because I already played this game. Alright, we gotta get past the big ass troll first, so let me do there. Well, actually, I'm gonna start here, let him walk into it, and switch to the other one. Alright, let's go. I'm about to whip somebody else. Oh, there's nothing on your body for me to steal. Next time I get to a shit. Yeah, give me all your shit. Okay. Let's see, shall we? Sit my black ass down for a second.
Like 6 more commentators from Party. Wait, not good shit.
Okay. Now that I'm testing these out thoroughly, I think oh,
Too bad. Do you have any idea what you did with it? You bitch. Lippity flapping bitches.
you know what? I'm actually gonna try to parry this. Please look at my combo. shit I can.
You're not even gonna get the chance after doing me damage.
Revenge.
That's gonna keep me in the corner. Okay. Try and kill your romance. Romance! You're not even gonna get the chance. Give me my health back.
Delicious.
Oh, more God, aka Margaret. Oh no.
Alright, so I tried those out, and I think for this fight specifically, the herb tree shit is definitely gonna come in handy, so I don't have to do shits while I'm doing shits. This is gonna come in handy. I need some shit I can fire and forget. You know?
I don't know.
You know? A buff. Maybe if I put this one here. Oh wait, actually now that I think about it, I should put that one first. That way the next one I switch to is the herb tree for when I first walk in. And then at some point, if I find a reason to use that, I can. And then Light of Nicola. I don't know if that's going to work well on him, but it's worth a try. Wait, actually, no, it's not, because I need something significantly faster. Light of Nicola takes a little bit to wind. And a little bit of Star Scourge to finish it off, if I'm feeling a little flashy by the time I'm done kicking his ass.
Stupid! I carried it. Ayer Morgan Totella.
I shall remember thee, tarnished, smouldering with thy meager flame.
Queen Blary.
Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
Hmm? What quarter? Hmm? I know you mad as shit. I'd be mad too if I was that big with that many powers and I still got beat on the first try. Bitch. Well, look who it is. No.
Forgive me. I've been testing you to see whether or not grace truly does guide you, and whether you are fit to face the challenge
Feel the
that
wizard.
entails. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hall, gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace.
Alright, let's go to the
Very
round
well.
table.
Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
Hmm. Okay. Alright, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna telepalepalorp back to the church so I can go to the merchant tail. I'm gonna get the books, like the incantation books and shit.
Wait. Well, you're back.
Mhm. Mhm. No, I had Morgoth saved. That's what it is. I had trying to create like a new game plus situation, like I said earlier. So hmm, you good? card's Rancor was also very useful. Vagabond Spear was cool. Mm, hmm.
Goodbye for now.
I don't think I tried Ancient Dragon Slice Spear. Let's try that. Oh no. Okay. So holding it doesn't change anything. Okay. Okay. What's crazy is that it has a longer windup, but it stays active for less time. Hmm. Now the Rain of Stars shits was better. Yeah, Founding Rain of Stars was better. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah, that's what I forgot. Those fucking books.
I made a mistake that's my hand if I'm being shit.
Wait, weren't you? Well, you're back. Goodbye for now.
I forgot what the code of epitaph was. Wait, I wonder if I hold it. Huh, it doesn't do anything different. Ooh.
Let's teleport. Mark it. feel like eating the rest of the feel like eating the rest of the shit we made yesterday. Feel like eating the rest of the shit we made yesterday. Okay. So, okay. So that some shit. We can always do another grocery order for more coconut milk if you wanna make again. Alright. I think the rest of it is in the fridge. Alright, so if it's a microwave safe container, just heat it up. And there's the other hint of lime chips that we got before we left. That was a muscle, do you hear me? That little Parry. I was in here just fucking around. Yeah, what type of attack shit y'all got? You're not looking at me, you're supposed to. Yeah, how about that? How about I return the favor, jackass? You're the one on the ground. You know what? Wait, there's something wrong with the. I can't. The cutscene has an trigger, so I can't hit them. That's the first time I've come across that kid. But you know what? I'm not even mad. So stupid. Drop down. Look like my nipples, Steve. So stupid. Give me your help. Ooh, if it wasn't a good time before, it's a good time now. You're not even gonna get it. Can I get it? Can I do it again? Can I do it again? Oh, he's gonna push it. Did you? You know, I got the long legs. Normally I would slip and slide, but I'm not. No, I've been streaming for 2 hours for free. Yeah, no stop slide when I'm having. Oh, this bitch. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. That shit out of here. I am him still a bim slim. Who else wants? Oh, it's this shit. Fucking storm door. Okay. Actually, you know what? Yeah, bitch. I got your number now. I got you. Stupid. all the show already. You're not gonna assist your buddies? There's another one around the corner over here. Die in the explosion that you were trying to make me die in, bitch. Uno reverse card. All over your feet. These are the greats that I have in your shits in your repertoire. Oh. We going down there, huh? Thank you for your cooperation. Oh yeah. No. Nah, don't try to push me away now. You. You choked on it. Yeah, no, I'm all up in here. I'm all up in this. Who are you?
Nice to meet you. I'm looking for a little something when I'm not hot-footing it from the truth. But enough about me. This place is bristling. Not exactly a place
I'm here to defeat Godric.
I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see it then. Well, I'm tiny, but unlike you, still, I'm privy to a few. Would you care to learn? As a fellow Oh. The battle art you've learned is of the Glintstone family. They were conceived at the Great Academy of Rea Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
Okay. Is he one of the people I can give specific spell books to? I'm not looking at this. Okay, there we go. No, it didn't update after the cutscene, so I'm guessing that's only available right now. If you give one of the books to the dude with the shit covering his face. The dude with the blindfold. There we go. At the round table of shits. Hmm. So you're dead. That's it. Bye bye. Mm. No, where the fuck is it? Got to sneak up on your boy. Wait, can I parry one? Can I parry the shit that they're throwing at me? Holy shit! Yes, I can. That is insane. Who was in the studio with that? Hmm? The fact that I can parry shits? Do I have any of these on me? I don't have any of them. Shit. do I go next?
Oh man, you're having a
I have no more heals. But what I do have is magic. Tertiary heals. Restore my vitality. Hello. Prophecy painting. I have no regrets. Everything I said last night was why. But those actually taste better. Yeah. In my opinion, I'm glad I got both of them. These are the versions I gotta try. Okay. Let's partake. Damn, this shit hotter than a bitch. What do you do? You do put it in a fucking in a volcano? Damn, baby now. You know? Volcanic eruption in the Tupperware container. Made some coconut berry last night. Delicious. You know, it's always good when you make it together. At this the rest, at this house, at this you and me. Believe, believe, believe.
And I was like so messed up. And then I found myself at work before I got off.
Just everybody in the town. Like, this is no SpongeBob.
Yeah, that's it, easy. And then you over there. I'm like, oh, it's just this. It's like we can go on now. Just saying, Candy be even telling SpongeBob to do his thing. Like, come on, you should quit doing that. That makes me upset.
SpongeBob, quit telling that shit, like type shit. You know what I'm saying? Even after you warm it up in the microwave, it's still done. Wait, I'm just fucking serious. I can't. Yeah, there's a big ass hole. I need chips. You alright? Because Cool Ranch Doritos don't need to be super flavored like that. You know what I'm saying? If you find a heavily seasoned, know what I'm saying? You wanna fight me now?
I think I might get
What the other one? Oh, what? I think I will go for down difficulty. Alright, who do I gotta fight now? Oh, Godric the Grafted. Holy shit. I don't know how I forgot this was the fight that was coming up next.
Mighty dragon,
Absolutely, yes, I did.
thou the true born heir.
Because I got really, really far in my previous
Lend me
playthrough.
thy strength, O
I forgot about
kindred.
this.
Deliver me unto greater heights. Well, the lowly tarnished, plain as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
The Lord of all that is rotten. Fuck you talking about?
Lowly tarnished, thou art unfit even to graft.
I was trying to see if I could damage boost to it through it. But keep forgetting I'm trying to do a new game plus type deal, so I need to go back and remember what level I was.
Truest of dragons, lend me thy strength.
Yeah.
sacrifice nostalgia to that. Because he's grasping other people's bodies,
Truest
other
of
people's body parts for his own.
dragons, lend me thy strength.
Wait, what the fuck was that? Wait, I can't use this. Hmm. There's another one that actually. between us.
Great Godfrey, didst thou witness?
Where is that? I don't think I've ever seen that. It does a lot of chip damage over time. Hmm. Let's see if we can do this all in one go.
Didst
Bro,
thou
you push me in the
witness?
corner like this? Well, if anything, I'll switch back to the. Mm.
Only tarnished, naught unfit even to graft.
Oh, he was gonna summon the Scion anyway. Hmm. That's a little bit. Let me try that. keep attacking your bitch ass in the cutscene. That second phase is more controlling, especially with the boss. I think I like my. I think I like my. What was it? compromise in terms of leaning too heavily into the perfect build. Honestly, if I can get the timing of all these parries down. There's some shit you can parry, some shit you can't. And I wouldn't know what that is. Unless you can parry everything. Fuck you. I hate the fact that it's supposedly a status effect, but you can't see the status effect building on screen. That's a little weird. Maybe it's not a. Maybe it's a status effect that only shows up in Elden Ring or some shit. Still a continued solitary, fully realized piece of the moon girl.
One day,
Hmm?
we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of
That
gold.
peach. Hmm? Yeah, give me a ring, bitch. Remembrance of the grafted. Hmm? Your body porches mine now, Padre. In all the ways you did not want. Hmm? Grafted ass nigga. Not fudgy. Hmm? Watch your profanity. Let's see. That's two. Okay, so what am I do? Oh wait, that's what I forgot to do. I gotta empty my shits. I have to empty shits from shits. Okay, Renavas. Now, actually, I keep being lazy and just sort of kind of doing it instead of. All right, I'm 170 now. Let me go see what my other character is and just put it at any level. Okay, 225. Let me 30, 55 more levels. Level up, level up. It's funny that I had specifically that amount left. Five. 30, 35. Wait, actually, hold on. Let me see real quick if I have more slots on my shirts. How do you get more memory slots? I need to look that up. To the internet. What? Memory stones. 8 memory stones. Oh, okay. Okay, Eternal City. It's gonna be a minute before I slip and slide on down to the Eternal City. So I'm going to run back to Papa Kale, beg him for those memory stones. Hopefully he actually has them in his inventory. If not, I might be cooked.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
Yeah, no, give it to him. Give it to him good. Alright. Daddy Kill, please. Help. I need memory stones. You are addicted. Who knew gummy worms could be so good? I mean, gummy bears. Yeah, gummy worms too.
Wait. Well, you're...
Period. I do like Vice Force Spirit. I'm just saying, put the system into it as well, because I don't always know if the, what is it, the Elder Kings mod changed the attack shits significantly enough for me to, you know, really throw it on here. Because it might be two different materials. Wait, no, I don't need these. I think I need. Oh wow. Shit.
Goodbye, for now.
Thank you. Alright. I'll level his shit up. probably once every time I kill a main boss. What else? That's pretty much it. Okay, let's see what this is in for. Okay. Really? That's it? Oh, okay. So I just had to be faster with the input. Oh, okay. Let me see. Okay, so it's cool. Uh, This one looks like it's enhanced garden. Those are pretty important. Okay, killed market. Distracted now. I must continue.
What for a lord you were. And after all that
Damn! Hell yeah, now feel the beast. Like climbing on no damn ladder, huh? What you think it is? Gotta get your mug, gotta get your mug.
you then, believe it or not, for a... Well, bless you're a true my name, presuming you're only... Back to learn another. Why, of course. Thank you for learning. I never imagined. Oh, I'm a bluntstone, so I'm afraid I can't. I'm sorry, I'm so...
Love that.
That's where the point is. I'm not. I wonder what the point of thing was.
How do you hit a perfect dodge?
Too bad you know. Hmm. I think I'm supposed to go to the academy first. Hi, Kale.
You're new around. Surprised you found me. No matter, no matter. Why don't you? Oh, but don't ask me.
Oh, it's not Kale. It's just another random nomadic merchant. I was deceived. Did you say? Ooh, lies in deceit indeed. And in a minute, I'm gonna need some sleep. I didn't realize I could do that. Ah, this bitch. stick America. If I'm not mistaken, it's the shit that's literally right there. Yeah. Look at my sister. We're gonna die. I don't see my rooms. Oh, there they are. Yeah, this is a completely different boss with another crazy ass OP moveset that, of course, you don't know how to get. Where the fuck is? Again, where the fuck are my runes? It being nighttime helps a little bit. and like moves where you can't do damage more like I'm about to start spamming my fucking whatchamacallit at him. Moonveil is so much better with the build I have because Moonveil does a lot of damage, or it just has a lot of what is it? Has a very short attack window. Like you can get off a lot of attacks in a shorter period of time. So, and it does less damage than Fix. But also is better.
What was I gonna do? various intervals. You cannot do any damage to him whatsoever. And the Moonveil has a pretty tight pretty tight attack fit. This is even more uh this is even more fucked up than the Margit boss. A little bit confused now. Like, did the Elden Vens creator expect someone who was a few levels up to fight this boss, or did they try to inject their own you just have to come back later boss? Because if they just try to inject their own you just try to come you just gonna have to come back later boss, I feel like mm, that's a little bit too off base for what this boss is supposed to, what this boss is supposed to do. Especially considering this boss was originally, I think, like, it was something about the Omen Flame, some shit like that. I forgot about the specific lore piece, but if you don't get the same drops and everything, then it's kind of like
I don't know, y'all kind of put your own boss in there, and it's cool that it has moves and you can show off the moves. But the moves still kind of, they still kind of have to be like consistently like, I guess it has to work for something between 60 and 120 FPS, so that if you're trying to fight something that's moving that quickly, you can still, you know, see all of its wind up and shit like that. Like it's one thing to be Morgott and kind of play on people's reflexes a little bit, where he like holds the shit up in the air for way too fucking long sometimes, and then switches to speed attack. But if this particular enemy is just gonna have a lot of what's it called, speed based attacks, but there are also a lot of invincibility windows, then basically you're just creating a boss that has to be overpowered with like tons of magic and shit. In which case it's like, I mean, that's cool if that's the point, but it's a little bit too hard to see what the point of the boss is from where I'm sitting. I don't think that's gonna work. Elden Stars typically works in terms of starting the battle. Uh, let's see what Comet Azure does. I am curious. None of those got a parry? But I got a stick America, so I can just keep shelling collect a little bit right back. After I kill you, then
That's what happens when you give me a Moonveil blade. I win in this bitch. Took me a few tries to figure it out. But basically, in order to beat him, you have to spam the Moonveil blade shit. This shit, every time he's about to charge up with some shit, you just immediately hit his ass with the shit. And then you keep going in. And then when he does that basic fucking combo, you just parry, 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 and then dodge, and then hink, 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 hink. You can even hit that in the middle of your combos. Like if you're in the middle of hitting your combos, you dodge and do that, you'll probably catch him off shits. Like knock him off balance or catch him in the middle of his combo to put a stop to it. With the unblockables, it's just one of those situations where I think you have to have that specific sword in order to understand what exactly the fuck is happening. Because, yeah, I don't think, coming spirit of Aegis. Alright. Back to the round table. Because new items can be purchased from the twin rating power level. Okay.
A pleasure to meet. My name is in this play around here. I never knew the guy, although I'm still looking.
You're still looking for your purpose.
I'm still looking.
Okay. And then this dude, I should be able to...
Welcome to the... I teach, ink and explore this so that one day, ensuring... By the way,
I do see the guidance of grace.
You are well.
Give prayer book.
That is a work of heresy. Its incantations bear no lineage. Very well.
Okay, then which fucking prayer book do you want?
Is a voice good indeed.
Goofy ass bitch. Okay. Okay, unlock law of regression naturally.
May the golden orb...
Oh shit. I gotta go meet them raggedy ass fingers.
You're a new nomad loud, you're up.
That's 3 big bosses I killed. Actually 4 if you count the fucking multiple arms bits. Fucking freaky ass.
The girl she's crazy. She has it. I saw in her eyes. That's nothing special. I'm trapped. That's all there is to... No, I'm no grudge at my being. Besides, despite my decides, it helps me.
I should be able to go over here now. Memory slide.
don't have any of those ball bearings naturally, so I'm not gonna spam using them. We'll do reflex. PTS fingers.
I had only find what you have earned now. Seek to become elder fingers as much. Now become.
Nah, I got two of these bitches now. I think it was like 225. That was my input. Oh wait, I still have those shits in my shits? I can craft shits. Oh, well, 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 if it isn't this bitch. Where the fuck your ass at? All-knowing Serpentian. Okay. Now to beat this bitch. Which I wasn't even supposed to do now that I think about it. But I had the skills. That motherfucker did way too much damage for me to be beating him at that particular juncture, but I did it. Give that to me. Allow me to receive it. Post it. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I fucked the whole camp up.
facing the cliffs. Wait, can I go the other way? If I come across here? Pneumatic conversions. Let's see. Alright, if I go back this way. My gosh. Look at the jellyman. What's going on in this cave? Hmm?
Hello. Thank you for your cooperation. Oh no, there's some more bullshit down here that I wasn't prepared for. Oh, I slipped right behind you. You wasn't even prepared. Neither was I. Winged sword insignia. That's another boss I've killed. It's crazy that I can still get poisoned even though I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? I think it's just the air itself that's poisonous at this point.
No, don't be counting me in now. Let me get a nail in. Baby Kale Wells.
Sweet Nanny.
Yeah, yeah. Let me hear the love. Hmm? Once again, back at it again with the glowing jellyfishies. Well, I'll call it a night or an afternoon or whatever time of day it is for y'all there. Great. Release me. All right, how the hell do I get out of here? I gotta keep going this way. Do I keep going around? There we go. If I go to this direction, okay, that's what it was. If you come over here, you can eventually just like walk up this way, or you can take the spectral steed and make that jump. Spectral steed,
Raises attack power with successive attacks. So if I do multiple attacks in a row, more damage. The spectral speed. Just when you thought shit couldn't get any through. And I am here. Let me replenish my shits. Get rid of all negative potential status effects. I hate this. I hate this whole road. I hate this whole area. Oh no, they're shooting at me.
This big motherfucker. Can you relax?
Skillerbaskins under postcard dropping no hurt.
Crystal quartz. Wait, is this the correct path?
It's a trap.
How you make chocolate chip cookies?
Motherfucker want to be coming through the fog of the forest all dark and mysterious and shit. Get your dumb ass out of here. On a steed, no less. You know what I'm saying? On an entire steed. Another one? What the fuck are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, I do damage just by jumping? Oh, is this his steed? It's just around now? I don't know. I feel like a dick just killing it for no damn reason. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I have to kill it. It's not like it's a legitimate enemy. It was just the steed. You feel what I'm saying? Lost bridge discovered. Rest at the shits. Okay, so this is the way to that fucking that bridge. And it says go straight to the little guide I'm looking at says I should go straight to Raya Lucaria, fucking school of witchcraft and wizardry. So, you know, let's out here collecting beast bones. How are y'all doing? Trying to get my little theories perfected, even when it comes to weaker enemies. Like, I'd rather just keep trying to parry than overwhelm shit. Let's go. Alright, takes care of them. Oh look, my shits. Give them to me. Here, here. Okay. finger reader cone. I could go back to the bridge and start making my way across, but I think I'm gonna call it fucking take a fucking break at least. Alright.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has
Let's
cleared the
have
tower.
But I actually feel a little bit accomplished. Looking at the guide so I know which shits to do in which order to charge my fucking phone. Can you plug both my shits up? Please and thank you, baby cakes. Gotta clean off my controller. Every time I put Vaseline on my shits, here comes just the slightest amount of dust and debris. Like, hey, did you want me to stick around and stick to your controller since you put the slightest bit of Vaseline on your hands to moisturize? But as always, it's Comedy Wolfboy, aka Pretty Wiki, aka Slick Lick, aka your favorite baby father. Love yourself, because if you don't love yourself, how you supposed to know somebody else whether you love you or not? And be yourself, because me and somebody else takes way too much effort. It's not goodbye, it's see you later, because as always, I'll see you later, so see you later. I'm getting really good at doing that.